in my throat continues to grow. Say I'm getting out later. If I'm not running, I've hit a new low. Water, water, running as fast as you can. Slow down, can't keep up. Don't think I have any more left. Out of breath, out of breath. Tired, tired, I can't take the pain no more. Yet you insist on making puddles on the floor. Been here before. Been here before. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know?
League of Legends at the Esports World Cup brings the highest level of competition to Riyadh. 12 of the world's best teams are battling it out for a share of the $2 million prize pool and to earn valuable club championship points. Of the 12 teams, 11 qualified thanks to their recent performance in their own regional leagues. The top 2 teams from the LPL, LTA North, LEC and the LCP were all invited for EWC, as well as the top team from the LTA South. Over in South Korea, the top 3 teams from the LCK have made it to EWC 2025. Gen G, as the LCK #1 seed, earned an invitation, while T1, the winner of the 2024 Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends tournament, has been invited back to defend their title. But T1's second place finish in the LCK means the third place team, Hanwha Life Esports, also has been invited to EWC. With MSI now in the books, the teams have been seeded based on their performance at the event. The 8 teams who did not place in the top 4 at MSI have been drawn into 2 GSL groups. Win 2 matches and you qualify for playoffs. Lose 2 and you head home early. The top 2 teams from each group will meet the top 4 seeded teams from MSI in the quarter-finals of the single elimination playoff bracket. In the playoffs, matches move to best of 3 featuring Fearless Draft. And for the first time in years, a major League of Legends tournament will feature a third place match, giving teams a chance to earn a prize pool bump and more club championship points. The League of Legends EWC 25 tournament winner will be decided in a best of 5 Fearless Draft grand final on Sunday, which you will not want to miss.
So I decided to lock in Ziggs because I do believe that it's probably one of the best teams to take out towers, especially with his W as well. When you are full build with the champs, you probably like do a lot of damage to towers, and I'll play with demolish runes as well. I think it will help me to just destroy as much turrets as I can, and I do think that he has a good wave clear as well, so I'll probably just be able to clear as fast as I can. So I hope that I'm not wrong. And for my runes as well, I went for like fleet footwork, so I can go fast. Maybe it doesn't won't change a lot, but I do believe that maybe it will make the difference.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields and choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com. Because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
I have like almost 1K AP. It's 2. It's 3. About 2 minutes in. I have another wave coming as well. I'm not sure if I can end with 2 minions though. Let's see. I want to keep my big auto attack for the tower as well. Let's go. One more. I don't think I make the under 10 minutes. Last wave coming. I'll finish now. That's 230. I think it's not bad, but maybe I missed a few Fleech Bell procs. But in the end, I think I'm pretty happy with how it went. So that was it for my try to destroy the enemy Nexus as fast as I can. 2 minutes 30. I think it's pretty decent score.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys. A graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Hello. Hello guys, Flycus Inspired here and I will be speedrunning League of Legends. So I think Gragas should be the fastest if I go full AP with the W. I'm not really an expert in that, but it will be my first time speedrunning League in this way. Add gold. Level up as well. All items, AP items, so I think this one, very, very important. I think this is very important item. I still need to wait for minions to spawn, so I should be fine. Which item will give me the best power push? I think maybe this, it gives a lot of AP. I need some CDR as well. The fastest here. hope I didn't make some build mistake. I think it should be fine. Oh my god, I one-shot everything. Okay, the first tower. I think I should maybe tank the tower. Then I should tank the tower. What was the time there? 2 minutes 26 seconds. Not bad, not bad. I'm not sure if it was the fastest possible, but I think it's a not bad time.
Hey, Atlas buddy, what you working on over here? You seem to be having a bit of a struggle.
I'm just like, it didn't look that hard to like crush the keys, man. So I was just seeing whether I could just do it myself.
It didn't look that hard, he says. I think you're going to need something a little bit more powerful, like a Game 3 Caps LeBlanc, or something like a hydraulic press, perhaps? Yeah, you see, I think it's going to take an hour. I know you're a bit of a tough guy, but I'm not sure you alone are going to get it done.
Yeah, maybe I'm not quite as much as a hydraulic press. You're right. Like perhaps I'm not going to be able to get it done. But today, man.
That's right. We are going to crush 2 more keys today in our knockouts here at the Esports World Cup.
It was a huge day for the LEC, worthy of some dance moves, as we had some victors for the West moving on to the semifinals and the quarterfinals. But now we've got to wrap up those quarterfinals because it is a big moments now as the LCK squads, the top seeds from MI, joining us here at the Esports World Cup. Will it be triumph or will it be heartache? Let's find out. Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Digon here alongside the triple desk. It's Finn, Meteos, and the Valdanalist joining us here to set you up for day number 3. And what a day it was yesterday for the European squads. Huge wins and a big grin on Finn's face.
I mean, how can I not grin when we just keep getting the wins, you know? Like, it was just such, it really delivered. And I feel like G2, that was a 2-1 against BLG, but it was kind of a 3-0. And it's just so nice to finally have some confidence again for the European teams.
I don't blame you for, feeling this good. It's like a thirsty person getting their first water after, years.
The old thirsty person. Yes.
Yeah, badly.
It was not only good for the LEC, but the LTA North had their victory over the LTA South as FlyQuest moved on in to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that one made a bit of sense. This series was actually pretty one-sided, it felt like. I do agree with Finn. There were some wild plays that we had in the series and throughout the AGL versus Life series was kind of close, but this one was definitely a treat as G2 finally coming back and declaring that they are a contender here at EWC. I do wonder how far they can go. Obviously, BLG not having their best form, I would say, at the moment, but G2 definitely looked like the much stronger team, so that was nice to see.
On the opposite side, AGAL were able to take care of business in a 3-game series against Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports moving back on home without a best of 3 win. They were able to get the esports up as both CFO and GAM Esports had been knocked out. Let's take a look at the Crunchyroll top reactions from day number 2. As again, the dabbing, the fans were in full force. We had a band by Movistar Koi here. BLG's fans showed up huge as well. It was a great time to be inside the STC arena.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the Koi fans traveling all the way from across the world. Some from Spain, I imagine, coming here. You could really hear them during the game. You heard the little toots and while they were playing, and there was so much energy in the arena. You could just really feel it from the screen.
I loved seeing MKOI's fans with, all their instruments and stuff. Just imagining them bringing that all the way from Spain, going through the airport, through customs, through security. It's like, yeah, this is my trumpet. I need it for my team. Like you wouldn't get it, but it was a lot of energy. It was super fun to watch. So that's the passion we love to see.
Yeah, and you got to see the big smiles and comms from G2 in their victory over BLG. 4 times had they battled before over the last 2 years. They had lost every single one until yesterday. The streak was broken here, and as we fill out the playoff bracket, that's GAL with victories over Billy Gaming and Hanwha Life Esports, respectively. Those keys were crushed, and standing by with the key wall report is Katie and Wolf.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. More about day 2, Wolf, because yesterday we had 2 full series.
That's right. We saw Hanwha Life Esports eliminated yesterday. A little bit sad as an LCK representative myself. But on the other hand, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports needed to be punished. They were playing very risky. They weren't having great objectives set up, and they did end up getting punished by Anyone's Legend yesterday, who had a great performance there. And then later on, the weakest major region, I think that's a little bit exaggerated right now. G2 looking strong.
Yeah, and Super exactly said that line. So the death of EU may have just be exaggerated.
Thank you. For that update. We'll have one more
contender at the tournament. G2 definitely back on form, and we've talked about form a lot here on this desk. I do feel like, at MSI, G2 weren't really on form. The players themselves talked about it, and they really made a declaration of them being back. They are so back. Whereas BLG, you know, from the other side, not really in the best of spots, I would say that because they at this moment seem to only have AGAL on top.
BLG.
In recent, not sure what's going on there.
That's right, Broken Blade with the solo kill on the top lane in the Jax versus Gwen matchup. A big moment in that series, and one of the main reasons why G2 finds themselves in the semifinals. And this conversation leads us to our Aramco power ranking. For day 3, we update it as the tournament goes on. There's our teams, as long as you finish in the top 8, are able to be eligible for the prize pool. But remember, for the overall club championship for the esports team, Redline Red Bull, we still need to do so. And speaking of teams, we're joined now by one of the leaders of the League of Legends squads. It is head coach of Furia, ThinkHard. ThinkHard. Welcome, brother. How you feeling after this tournament?
The Eastern teams, the European teams, the most growth as a team.
Finn?
Yeah, I mean, have you scrimmed out of the European teams?
We have scrimmed the European teams, and we've done pretty well against them overall. So we're pretty international ourselves on stage.
Yeah. Can I ask you a little bit about Guigo? Because he's someone that really fascinated me as a player. He seems to me like such a raw talent. You have to channel it, and how do you help him facilitate his growth?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you've seen some games where Gigu just absolutely 1v9s at MSI and at esports World Cup. So he's just someone who, for him, it's a bit about being more consistent, but you just see against like some of the best players in the world, he's gapping them in certain matchups and getting huge leads and able to catapult us over the finish line and win some games. So it really is kind of like listening to him and working with him as a team and playing towards his strength as a player, which is like that laning aggression, a lot of volatility, and letting him be himself.
Medios?
Yeah, I just want to, obviously congrats on beating C9, even though I don't like that, because you've been in NA for a long time, right? We worked together on Cloud9 back in 2016. You were with Energy. And what was it like, going down to what was previously a minor region and working with those players? Of the international.
And so when I was talking to the managers and talking to the people in charge on Furia, overall, over many weeks, I started to realize and do a lot of research that this specific Furia lineup had a length, and the reason why I went down there is because I knew that we could make some, we could make some history at international events. So when we were able to win a championship, against the best teams in the world, and we want to make history for Brazil.
Joining us for the first time during the Esports World Cup League of Legends tournament. It is T1 making it to here with our friends Jamil Motorsport. You need to make a deal, grab the wheel, head on over to Jamil just like T1 got here safely. You'll those deals as well as MCoy
top lane with Lily up this game. The team does look very strong. It took them a while to really put it all together, maybe to include this new roster piece. But since then, they were able, from the road to MSI, to go to MSI, get second place right behind Gen G in a best of five gamer. So they're in a really strong place right now, and I would expect them to be here in.
T1 will be your first Esports World Cup League of Legends winners.
T1 really just are inevitably the best League of Legends in the world.
T1 作为去年的 EWC 的冠军，我觉得他们应该会变得更强，因为他们本来就是一支就很会进步的队伍吧。然后我觉得他们今年应该会更强。
So my opinion on Vega has always been very high. He has always been at the very top of the game, you know. So he's a big inspiration for me, and I would love to play against him.
이번 대회의 목표는 당연히 우승하는 거고 최고의 경기력을 보여드리고 싶습니다. 이번 EWC도 마찬가지로 저희가 충분히 자신감이 있고 도전하는 마음으로 임할 것 같습니다.
I think team had some struggles this year with figuring out which ADC to use, but I think that they found their best style. I think they also had to adjust to playing with Doran, but I think he's really good, so I think they're still one of the best teams in the world.
Right now, Ferrucci has the only one there to back him up, and they want to take it down, but they're not going to be able to.
작년보다 이제 올해 저희 팀이 이제 더 합을 많이 맞췄기 때문에 그런 부분에서 조금 더 하나 같은 플레이를 보여주지 않을까 생각합니다.
T1 returned, defending title winners. The roster may have changed, but the core and the identity of that squad has not. The man in the mid lane that carries all of esports is back, the same weight, but another world championship under his belt, more experience under his belt as T1 bring the roster that everyone has been looking forward to. Doran, Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, and the starting five.
Played back to back best of 5 intense League of Legends. I would say it's them. I feel like they don't really have a weak point right now. Every player across the lineup is so solid. Even the new addition of Doran, I think has worked out really well. And even though he has his little moments, I still think he's so good.
Yeah, this team, they're just so solid. they surprise a lot of people at MSI. They're able to basically make it to 5 games against Genji and basically make it all the way to the finals. I think for them it's simple against Koi. You're working with a lot of strange picks and a lot of interesting flexes. So you really need to get through the draft phase and be confident with your draft and then play accordingly, because when T1 plays accordingly, they literally are arguably the best team in the world.
Well, one player has had a very unique journey here in 2025, and he's standing by right now with an interview. Let's send it on over to Gumayushi.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between T1 versus MKOI. By my side is the AD carry Gumayushi. I wanted to ask, so you guys will be going up against Super in the bot lane today. Were you aware that the AD carry of MKOI actually has a nickname named after you called Super Yushi, and what are your thoughts about it?
일단은 첫 번째 질문으로는 이번에 MKOI 선수들과 맞붙게 되면서 이제 또 본네에 있는 선수 수파 선수와 맞붙게 되실 텐데 마침 또 이제 수파 선수가 수파유시라는 또 별명을 가지고 있거든요. 그래서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
되게 뭔가 리스펙 해준다는 느낌이 들어서 좀 민망하는데 오늘 좋은 경기 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Well, I definitely feel humbled that I think he respects me. I think that's what actually at least like fans are trying to do. So yeah, I will try to give my best in this game.
And also, a lot of the Western fans describe you with one English word. I'm not sure if you're aware of watching behind the screens. Aura is Gumayushi. Can you please tell the camera, I am Aura?
I am Aura라고 한번 해주시죠.
I am Aura.
Thank you so much, Gumayushi. Best of luck in your match. And back to you guys at the desk.
He is Aura, and one of the main reasons why all these fans are showing up. It is not only the best team in the world according to the current world. Championship, but also just a sight to behold all the fans that show up for Faker and friends, and they do battle against the champions of Europe. It is MKOI standing in their way. A primarily very proud Spanish squad with Jojo Pune in the middle lane, trying to make one of the biggest upsets in League of Legends. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think we might have a doctor on set to try and figure out how to do this one here.
Well, I'm not legal. I'm not legal doctor, but I will tell you what drafts and their ability to get advantages from plays you wouldn't really understand usually. Here we have a great fight playing against CFO, where they came back into the game, and I think this tournament, MKOI has been super solid after the $20-minute mark. They are really good at playing like they do not want to fight it. I think they play a really smart game on the map. I think they will punish you.
You know, I do think that MKOI actually do have a chance to get one game. I wouldn't say that they would take the whole series as the LCK representative here. I think that T1's pedigree in the way that they're playing nowadays, their form is fantastic. But I do think that with some of the weird picks, the drafts we've been talking about from MKOI, there is certainly an angle to surprise T1 and maybe catch them a little bit off guard. It is
where around objectives they're all on the same page. And they are themselves. Something that I always give props to are when teams show up at international tournaments and they draft and play towards their strengths and what they're good at MKOI, they do that. And I promise you, they're going to pick some picks that we probably aren't going to expect. And they're going to play it well. And they're going to play it to a level that we didn't think that you can play.
But what will he do against the carry? So the tournament.
Into the pick and ban for game number one. They have taken ThinkGod's advice, as the Yone will be taken away from Jojo Pyun. He had such an incredible performance on that champion just the last couple of days. So, not going to be seeing that one just yet. The first ban on the Vi is interesting. I think Pantheon stock's going through the roof here. Owner loving the Xin Zhao as well, something that they could also look at potentially. Super not going to be playing the Varus. The first blue side Varus ban that we've seen so far all tournament.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially considering how good Kuma is at the champions. So surprised to see that, as Orianna will also be taken away from Faker. It was the Talia to kind of push those Azir stocks down a little bit for Faker. Faker often will first pick the Azir. He's so known for it across so many over. We'll see if he wants to play the Azir into it, but my guess, my gut feeling is going to be no.
I mean, you could just play the Rise if you'd like to, but instead he just says, no, I can just play Azir into anything and I don't care.
You could have also played the Ahri, but with this Rumble, they do just want to have additional scaling damage here, and the peel is going to be nice as well.
On this Rumble could be absolutely terrifying, and T1 so far this year, but the answers are there, right? Like, I think Poppy is fantastic. Duo, right?
Yeah, I love these bans from the side of MKOI, though. Like, Guma always picks Xayah in these types of scenarios. He prefers Xayah to the Ezreal. We know that. We've talked about this over the last year specifically, as we had some changes in the bottom lane early on in 2025. That dominate lane is also really smart bans. The Kai'Sa also taken away here in turn with the Rel gone. And Corki is going to be the opt-in here for Supa in this bottom lane. Now, we have seen Guma crush Corki lanes in the past with both the Kalista and the Caitlyn.
As two picks, he loves to play alongside Carrier. We saw the double marksman lane a few years ago where they were crushing lanes like that. So that could be something they opt for here for sure.
What is it, like 20 games in a row?
And spot for that bottom 2v2 is going to be a tough lane to play out here for Avaro.
It really is. I do think that they needed engage, so you can understand why it happened. It just feels really bad. The lanes for T1 have been, and we'll just have to see whether the MKOI are going to be able to turn some heads, make some surprises happen, because they may need tools for later on in the game, right? Defenders here at EWC.
Now, Faker has been super happy, even though so many of our mid laners right now in this meta shy away from it. It's Faker's pick. It's the iconic, safe, blends well with anything, goes into any composition, evergreen pick for Faker, specifically in game ones. On blue side, we see him do this all the time. So with a lot of other mid laners, I'd be a little bit concerned about the matchup, but for Faker, not so much.
Nope. It's back from the LEC. A disappointing MSI, and then making it all the way to the top four for both of their representatives here at EWC. That would be insane, but tough competition.
Damage, and that sustained damage on top of the fact that they have the Rumble equalizer set up and the poke from Guma on neutral objectives does feel like it's very well-rounded. Single target picks that'll allow them to clean up fights so easily. It's not that they can't win a front-to-back team fight, but that's not really the MO. You just want to delete one of these carries instantly, and then the fight just becomes so much simpler after that for Supa to play out.
Yep. And so Minions going to be crashing in all. And Alvaro.
Nice tempo heal there. Will be traded, but I mean, Ezreal is actually quite scary at level 1. You just can't do anything. The damage.
You can see Jojo does take a turret shot, but he's not going to be too worried about it. They're going home pretty quickly here, but nothing really to worry about. Only one CS behind, and the rest of the map is looking pretty good. There's the hook in, but I don't know whether he really wanted that, as there is the Aftershock wearing off the flash forward from wants to, and I think they're going to take a little bit of a break here towards this bottom side.
Sometimes you pick Aftershock and you're like, I got to get value. Yeah, that was an extremely risky choice there that will cost him his flash. Keria does flash, of course, a return to try to secure that one, but a very big trade up here for the side of T1. They may even be able to get some decent. Not really the exchange they were looking for as Guma starts to stack up a significant CS advantage.
You can see elsewhere on the map, though, it's MKOI that's able to answer. Going here towards the top side, especially is really putting Doran down. We know this is a difficult matchup. Court is still very, very low, has just teleported in as well. So not necessarily having the greatest of times here in this laning phase thus far. Jojopian having a good time. As there is a minion. Moving towards this scuttle crab. And
Jojo could have made best. We saw this from Caps yesterday as well. Into tonight, you can push those small advantages, force an early teleport, then snowball that lane. It gives you so much map control. Look at how much control MKOI had in there for Merwin. Small moves like this can add up for sure. As you can see, a 10 CS advantage here now for Jojopian.
Yep, about a 200 gold lead is what has resulted from this one for MKOI, but we haven't seen any of these early skirmishes just yet, and we know this is all about finding some of these team fights for T1 here for this composition.
Trying to shove this wave out with his recurve, but force owner to get some. Soren is also backing right now. Not that they could take it immediately here, but it's full control as Guma.
Arcane Shift able to get himself out of there as Faker dealing with some rocks here that are on the ground as Carrier looking for an opportunity. Finds the snare, and that is first blood to the Nico.
Thin margin to pull this off. Carrier goes for the heal to get basically the point blank snare there onto Jojopian to take him out. You lost with Faker at basically 1% health here. Coming out, Carrier gets the heal here, is able to get the snare. Jojopian goes down despite the flash, and you've spent so long getting these massive advantages in mid lane. You've really pushed the envelope there, and you barely get caught. Yeah. And now all those leads you had are washed away.
He did manage to get two flashes out of it. Of course, Carrier and Owner both. It was
sure
in the trade for just his flash, but still, first blood going over to T1, and it is still a very good news story, especially for Faker, who is starting to fall pretty far behind. As you can see, Super going in with a little bit of a Valkyrie forward. Emperor's Divide here from Faker as Elyoya just pushing him back. Faker has spent this whole game on very low health. Favor as Doran has been in this rush, it feels like, for a while. As he flashes forward, just looks for the solo kill, needs another hop.
Doran has had such a great start to the year here, and it continues in this game. Was down a little bit on CS, but will win the 1v1. I like the pressure that Supa is putting up here onto Guma, because Faker once again was forced to back in the mid lane, so Carrier was showing mid, and so he's putting that pressure on at the same time, as the flash here is not enough. Doran follows, gets the flamethrower, and Owner a bit overextended.
I actually thought that there might be another turret shot coming for him there, and that would have been a dead Owner. And Keeper's Verdict does get the flash out, and Faker does go down. Ayoya brings the hammer down and takes out the goat. So
I think JoJo is just smashing him as Guma's in trouble. Again.
Shift with Carrier now, who doesn't quite
this lane so hard. Despite the fact that he was ganked and killed earlier, he continues to put that pressure on. And this is really hurting. Try to keep JoJo away. JoJo didn't even have ult, though, to try to come over here and contest for this dragon. And with the death on Alvaro there, I just don't think it was ever really going to be one. So now T1 picking up that very strong first Infernal Drake worth of stats. Merwin doesn't have flash, but I don't think with the owner being on this ward, frankly, despite the cool gank we saw from owner, just so much pressure onto Faker has kept T1 on the top side a little bit muted. It's a lead for Guma right now, as you can see, just 200 gold, but the 3 grubs will be relevant.
Right now. On hill for T1. They wouldn't have a lot of positives on the map. Faker managing to get the sidestep there in the mid lane. That's working out a whole lot better. As look at this, the Flame Spitter really doing work here from Doran in this bottom lane.
Yeah, with the builds that we're seeing here too for the side of MKOI, it's a little bit safer for JoJo rather than going for a really big damage build. He is going for Seraphs in this game, and that may hurt this mid game for them. Faker doesn't have any grubs for side lane with the as well, so that isn't necessarily what he is looking for. Is once again super careful going to these choking against a Pantheon. He could get this back off here.
Well, he is going to be able to make it underneath his turret. That should keep them alive. His owner is spotted. But Alvaro also in an uncomfortable position. Doran also might need follow-up damage, but there's a true shot barrage. That's going to connect, and Alvaro now has
They can go for this. They have the Hex Tech gate. Remember, Owner just not have his ultimate here, but if Carrier finds him in that brush, he's potentially dead.
It's okay. Goes stealth for a few moments.
Well, that's the turret. You know, you just kind of hang around here, put that pressure on, clear the waves, use the Hex Tech gate and just push him off the map. And look at the cross. Map, Jojo isn't even really hitting the midway point. He's just now pushing through, wants to be able to get that turret in exchange there on the top side of the map, but T1 have TP for Doran. He can come over there and deny it. There's just no way that Jojo Pyong can pick that one up, and T1 are winning on both sides. Sides of the map yet again. 2 minutes until that Hextech Drake does spawn. The gold lead is getting bigger and bigger here. This Poppy priority, I didn't dislike it, but I feel like T1 have a draft that just don't really care about the steadfast presence, and this Pantheon priority that they got, which was left open, has been the whole story here. 5 out of 6 of T1's kills, and Owner is everywhere, man.
Yeah. Owner is like the whole team right now. As Carry making pigeon noises again again, I love it. We're going to have 3 pitches on the map. Guard to make sure he doesn't get flicked back as Super, having to flash himself out of the way. Elyoya doing exactly the same thing, but Owner is flashing on top of him. Jojo, no mana and no hope to get out of this one, but does hit a very nice shove with the last remaining bit of blue stuff to keep himself alive. Not going to be as lucky, so that is all they're able to pick up. We mentioned how valuable this outer turret is in mid.
Yeah.
That is also going to fall.
It's Super is also dead, I think.
Well,
yeah, he's dead.
He's real dead.
Also, the inner is going to go down in mid.
Oh, okay. Wasn't quite expecting that, as Empress Divide is going to be avoided. That was pretty nicely done from Elyoya as well. Just going to get cut. It's Owner that's really doing all the work this game.
Yeah, Owner actually should be able to get out of here, no problem as well. In the mid game for MKOI. But for example, that pick on the Doran they looked for, T1 has always been so famed, as speaking of, he may get interrupted here.
5 wasn't the move.
It might not have been the move, but getting 3 turrets feels pretty good. Gets him on the edge, gets the follow-up route and the Q. Keria plus Owner's poke coming through as well. I'd love to see it. We saw it a moment ago, but I wasn't really looking at it. I'd love to see Keria's damage this game, because it's probably insanely high. Saw Merwin was actually competing with Guma. He's done a lot of work in this game, but it just has not. Those inhibitor turrets, the inhibitor in mid itself is exposed, and we're 70 seconds away from T1 getting their 4th Drake of the game, the Hextech Soul, which is by 2,000.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's also higher than Fakers, so we're not gonna give.
That's true.
Yeah, that's just I guess Keria on the Nico things.
Fakers are mostly PvEing in this game, to be fair, but Keria, man, he's all PvP.
Yeah,
since the laning.
He only does the PvP. He doesn't even know what the PvE content is. Like that's the kind of player.
He's a support.
He hasn't even started anything yet, and he's below half health. They are looking to try and stop T1 from taking it. One last team fight might be the desperate option here for the LEC representatives. As Elyoya looking for an opportunity, over also there. But like the 1-3-1 is continuing, and T1 is still getting the push, even though they have way less people here in this mid lane. Faker moving over, and Hextech Soul just a little bit too inviting.
Like I said, man,
up position on the Baron.
Faker's been PvEing this game, and one of the big E's to get is that Hextech Soul. He's going to come over here with his jungler, as T1 otherwise just 3-manning here in mid. Keria looking for more.
Okay, well, Owner can turn up at a moment's notice, but Faker is going to take a little while longer. Never mind, he's teleporting in. Alvaro flashes out the Pop Blossom onto everyone in that red pit, and down goes Jojo. Super's just getting out of there, able to use those Hex Gates, and now The rest of MKOI is scattering to the wind. Gumayushi dashing over, and look at that. The beautiful Hextech Soul, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way you can get away from T1. And it's a 10,000 gold lead. It's only a matter of time. Zona not to execute super on this one.
Carrier.
There
was just no respect shown for the fact that Carrier had flash Pop Blossom. Range, like he practically didn't even need to flash for a few of the angles he had, and then they went in and he's like, all right, with an 11,000 gold. If you didn't watch the early game, of this one, you might forget that this was definitely a winnable and playable game for MKOI. They had a lot of advantages early. They kept the bottom lane gold very, very close. We saw Doran struggling in the early laning phase, but it all just came together around team play, around the map, and playing through this global pantheon. Owner was definitely the MVP. Definitely the MVP for me in this first game, even though Carrier had some amazing snares, was able to really change the course of a lot of these team fights. Owner just patched all the holes, babysat Faker, and man, T1, it was a rough start, but the ending was dominant.
It was, but there is still way more to be played. As ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether MKOI can bring it to 3.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
So basically, I'm choosing Tristana because I think it's the fastest champion for this challenge. But we'll see if I'm wrong. I was also thinking maybe, so I'm just trying out Tristana. So we'll see. I'm not sure about items. Didn't do the insane theory crafting about what's best in like terms of a bit of AD or whatever. But I think it's the correct. So we will see. I could start doing something like this, I guess, before. I think for now I'm going pretty fast. Let's see. I will have to wait for next wave, but I think I will look to proxy the next. And I would say I'm doing pretty good. So let's see. Don't think I will be dying to minions, so this should be the end. So 2:49 was the time. I'm not sure how other people did, but I would say it's pretty fast. I think I did a bit of min-max at the start of the game. I think I could do it even better, but I think my try was pretty good.
Hey everyone, this is Kitty, live from the MKOI audience. We're about to head into T1 versus MKOI. By my side, MKOI fan! Woo! Who's your favorite player in MKOI? Guys! Who are we supporting today on this side of the arena? I am on the T1 side of the arena. By my side, T1 fan. What's gonna show me on the phone, man?
You know what it is? Short
early kills going the way of T1 through the Pantheon. Let's take a look at that one here, because Owner was just rolling here and said, I'm going to go ahead and put my stamp on the first game here at EWC.
Yeah, Faker with the bait here in the mid lane. Owner was able to set this one up. And then also big shout out to Keria, who was there for the follow-up on the gank. And then this Pantheon just got rolling right from the get-go. Got that first kill, picked up another one here.
Spears, but in the end, that early goal, Pantheon, and look at the damage. Gumayushi, there's just so much things that were going well for T1.
Yeah, Valdez. When I look at this, the matchup between the Aurora into the Rumble, you feel like that would go the way
A very close game. You know, maybe the early was a bit closer, but eventually T1 just ran away with this one.
Yeah, let's take a look at our second replay that we have here. Once out of that laning phase and now trying to move people across the map, pressure up against the tower.
And all the
so strong right from game number 1, and I should have predicted 2-0.
You're not allowed to ask the MKOI fans if they're supporting MKOI wearing a Faker mask. Let's do this.
Fair.
MKOI, can you bring this series back? It is brutal in here.
That crowd is getting electric. One more time for T1. Versus Movistar Koi, and let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I feel like Ian may have just got his first introduction to a crowd where T1 is involved, and that is the other team doesn't really exist.
I think it's a little bit unfair considering their microphones were on
the other side,
the T1 side. Because obviously there are a ton of us as Fakers doing a little reboot. Had a pretty rough game. I mentioned at the beginning of the first game where that was happening. That felt like a really nice angle for MKOI, but a few mistakes around the map. Great roams from Carrier, great play on the global Pantheon from Owner, just snowballed the game out of control too quickly. And you start to make one mistake, you start to lose map control, and T1 are so incredibly punishing, especially when it comes to objective control, where they didn't drop a single dragon. They didn't need grubs to win game 1. And as we move into game 2, it seems like the most important piece here for MKOI is getting JoJo a matchup where he can actually get an advantage against Faker here. And I think that it should be the MO here for MKOI because they played through him so well in the early game. I'd love to see that happen again a second time.
Well, we'll just see what these bans are going to look like. Is already the Annie and the Jin taken away. One of the favorites from Faker, and definitely a favorite for Gumayushi. As also the Orianna going to be hitting the deck. Now it looks a little bit normal as the Vi and the Varus are going to get taken away on the red side. That's what we see more often, although they did do it on the blue side last time. One last ban, there is that Yone that they were talking about on the desk. And so a little bit sad that we're not going to see that from JoJo. He was so good earlier in the week, but the Gwen first pick is going to come on through here as Merwin going to have a lot of power. Let's see whether Doran is capable of a bit of a Broken Blade impression.
Yeah, they obviously don't have the Rumble here because it's Fearless banned, but there's a lot of other picks he can play into this. I hope he doesn't go for what we've seen in the past, oftentimes the little Ornn into the Gwen, which has been a big problem.
I'm a fan of that.
We've seen Doran try it and fail before. I don't think that's what he's going to go for here, but the Rise feels very nice. It's a very safe pick. Another global here for T1 and strong into Gwen. Yep. You could just simply hold her in place and prevent her from doing anything in a team fight.
Why is it taking Owner so long to find Xin Zhao?
Yeah, I'm not.
Whoa, they're not going to pick it? That's kind of crazy.
The Ambessa into Gwen has also been another pick that we haven't loved too much into the Gwen. It certainly can work, and it is a volatile matchup like the Jax matchup we saw yesterday with Broken Blade, but very risky one for sure, especially without knowing what the AD carry for Supa is going to be and what your main targets are. We don't know what JoJo is playing yet either, so this pick could be a bit of a wash.
Yeah.
As playing the Galio into the Rise would be a way to neutralize this matchup a little bit, but it is going to guarantee basically Baker's prio, since he could just clear the waves into this Galio over and over and over again. He won't be able to kill the Galio, but you know, it's not the kind of matchup I expected for JoJo here, where I wanted to see him try to dominate lane. The Orianna is banned away. It's one of the better picks into the Rise, so just going to opt into safety instead.
Yep. Still going to be able to follow the Realm Warp quite comfortably, things like that as well. It does have that mobility around the map, which is kind of nice. Let's see what they do have in store. Is the Xin Zhao just going to be picked away here? And there must have been a reason why Owner didn't want to go for this pick. I was thinking like maybe they were in case they want to get a Trundle out or something like that, and like they could use it against the Xin Zhao. Has been a decent matchup in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio works incredibly well with both the Gwen and the Xin Zhao here, so in terms of the team fights and playing around the map, and Trundle felt pretty obvious, like you said, because you've got some big frontliners to potentially just chomp away at and subjugate, and it does also offer a lot of zone control into these melee champions as well.
Yep.
I think for Supa here, getting either insane safety, the Zaya's gone, the Ezreal's gone, so a little bit tougher, or just high range might be the name of the game here. Even if something like a Jinx here would feel really nice because you have a front line, if you just get a single pick, you know, that damage that you need, that range damage, that ability to hit this Ryze from afar, take this Trundle out would be there. See what T1 want to ban in this final spot. The Alistar, interestingly enough, also still available here in this second game, so I imagine that's probably what MKOI's ban is going to be.
I wouldn't mind it. Carrier has been likely something that they want to get rid of. I think Caitlyn could be worth looking at as well, because I know that Gumushi and Carrier do rid of immunity here on the side of Gwen and the Xin Zhao. Able to push forward, able to put so much pressure on this T1 roster. Of course, it might be that T1 just kind of style on them, right? Find another one of these angles, but I think if MKOI are going to do it, this is the best selection of tools they could have got out of the garage.
Yeah, I think banning the Misfortune was a mistake, and I think that Supa has a lot of agency here. Now, nameplates are on, right? And we've seen what T1 could do with global jungles, global mid laners, and even though there's a Galio to match and can also really help empower that Gwen in the side lane, Faker's Rise is legendary. It is iconic. And I think a lot of what this game is going to come down to is map pressure control and where those realm warps come in, where the decisions are made macro-wise here by both teams. I thought the early game macro-wise was fantastic for MKOI, but T1 definitely got the better of them when it came to the mid game.
Yep, I would agree. I do think that things can snowball even more out of control. In this game, though, so if MKOI can get out to the same type of lead, it might be more and more difficult for T1 to find their way back in. The blue side looking just that little bit more powerful here at EWC this year, as is generally kind of the way, especially when T1 is on the Rift. They do really, really like to dress in blue, even though the team is red. Kind of ironic, if you think about it more than a couple of seconds. But here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. T1 could just book themselves a ticket to the semifinal right now, or MKOI could be trying to make them work for it.
Jojo opting for this Galio to be able to match the rotations of the Ryze. So good with the Gwen, but it also means he won't be able to have that lane dominant performance we saw in game 1, where he's able to win trades against Faker, get his TP back, force Guma and Carrier to come babysit. He's going to be actually the one who's sitting on the back foot in this second game. So a bit of a different identity, but I like when it dives, his owner is going to duel early.
Yeah, Doran is trying to chase after here, but Ona has 3 people to deal with as the Winds of War come down, and that is going to actually spell the end of this little scuffle. As Ona playing the policeman Trundle, just not really a huge fan. You know, like the traffic cone's cool and all, but like there are so many good skins for Trundle. We were having this discussion last night at the bus.
I like the cones though.
Okay, fair
I'm okay with it.
I guess like for the cone fans, you know, traffic cone people.
I'll be honest with you, Atlas, we've only been seeing that one Trundle skin where he's got like the really shiny mace for a really long time.
You mean the Cuz one?
Yeah, like I feel like we've seen that one only for so long that I'm just happy to see any sort of Trundle skin diversity.
Yeah, it's either that or traditional Trundle, but you can't have a problem with traditional Trundle. That's too good.
So let's take a look at how these matchups are going to eventuate. Guma, Carrier just going straight to the bottom lane here, looking for a level 1 advantage of this Alistar, which I think is wise. Fortunately for Carrier, that's not quite going to land the way he was looking for, though.
Yep, bit of a crash down there, but Gumushi just trying to pick up this first wave of minions, and they do have a bit of control of this wave. Remember, this is not going to be a lot of early pressure here for T1. Of course, the Alistar pretty good into the rel just in general as well. Being able to headbutt out of the crash down is normally pretty good, but that's not what Alvaro's focusing on. He's wanting to make sure he separates the 2 members of T1 so they can get some decent damage down and Super stays safe.
Yeah, Supa's positioning really good there, utilizing his range quite well. Had he been hit by that crash down, the passive was already stacking onto him, so it's really important he does not get hit here. Owner going to start Raptors, likely on vision there at the beginning, as both junglers know they're doing their Raptor camp. So all vision over is Alvaro.
Yep, Headbutt Pulp does come on down there as Alvaro in a little bit of trouble here, down to about 300, but still able to offer a lot back. And Jojo could actually just die here. The flash out of the way, one more auto will do it. And yeah, he flashed out of the way of the Q, but then he was really dead. Here on the top side of the map as well, Owner is moving in. He still has the traffic cone. He can still tell Merwin that that's not where he's allowed to drive. And it's a bit of an ignite from the grave. The last tick not going to be enough to do it though. And
nearly enough, but Owner, excuse me, has that potion. And we'll be able to tick through it just barely there, as we see a sad MKOI fan here in Riyadh. As Doran's looking for the trade immediately because he obviously has teleport advantage, so takes a fourth of Merwin's health, and he's like, cool, catch that wave, and I'll see you in just a second. Those are the types of trades you want to see. I want to see what happened in the beginning of this trade. Like there's no way you can buy space against this range champ. Is trying to min-max the damage there, and Faker's just like, well, it's my turn to crush the lane.
Oh god, speaking of my turn, Owner is going to come down and join. As Gumayushi's in a lot of trouble, he's going to go down first. The Super gets excited, and the traffic cone is after the flash. And so the Jinx is going to stay alive on the board and exactly where the money wants to be here for MKOI.
Yeah, you got a supercharger, but I got my supercharge, which is the Ghost, so I'm going to walk out of that pillar. And, well, that's a kill for the Jinx early. What looked like it was going to be a great start for T1. Now a disaster carrier.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Doesn't have Ignite.
He needs a Shattering Strike. Does he get it? One more auto, and down he goes. So that's a bit of a solo kill for Carrier. That's a bit of a cute one. Probably not worth it, but does still send him home.
I mean, I think kind of worth, because otherwise Jinx could just take these minions here, and now Guma back in lane. It's actually going to be pretty huge. Otherwise, you know, Supa gets to walk away there and Merwin?
Doran still has the teleport, guys. As Merwin one more auto attack and he's dead. He was not immune in this top lane. And Doran, oh god, this could really be an Ambessa problem this game.
I mean, like I mentioned in the draft, it's not a matchup that always works well for the Ambessa, but it's volatile enough to where if you outplay, you can get a huge edge. And that was Doran on Doran's shield only. Hadn't backed, hadn't TP'd as you said, had no items there. Playing into the Dark Seal, still wins it out. Still on low health, is able to sustain up. And now he's going to head back to lane with Caulfield's and a refillable as there's an engage.
Yeah. Carrier coming down towards the bottom side. Pops passive there. Does Gumayushi to do a fair bit of damage here to Super. But T1 not going to be able to get the kill. No summoner spells on this Jinx, though, means that she's going to remain a target for quite some time. Faker trying to get the damage down onto Jojo as well. Justice Punch not going to get any CC. And Faker able to utilize his phase rush really nicely to just dance on the edge of that taunt. Alvaro moving in, and Carrier, he loves Hex Flash. He also just loves standing in weird spots. And that is what he's going to continue to do as T1 take their first streak of the game. That'll be the Hex Tech.
I mean, Faker,
so another Hex Tech, so that's good news, I guess.
Faker's just chilling, you know, clears that wave, doesn't even have to get involved in this. And looking back at this play down here on the bottom side, Owner comes over here, but it's actually really well played by MKOI. They're able to get this chain CC onto Guma. The damage is enough. Supa then gets the reset, has the flash, has the ghost to buy space against that cone. That gets dropped, and that's all he needs. And then Carrier is actually able to come over here with a really cool Hex Flash over the wall. And catches Supa off guard. And he doesn't hit the crash down, but Supa gets a little bit greedy here. I think if he just walks away, this doesn't happen. And at the end of the day, Keria, I think this is absolutely worth for him.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Especially because Alvaro gets the kill and not the Jinx.
He was otherwise probably just dead, I think. If Alvaro's out before the Winds of War comes out, it's going to be really easy in the highlight package, so it'll be fine.
Well, you know, it is what it is. Great job, Jojo.
Yeah.
Extremely accurate cue there.
Yeah, it was very well done. As, yeah, the flashes do have to be utilized. And here, towards the top side of the map, Elyoya moving on in.
I mean, this is a huge angle here for MKOI to potentially get a kill. And Plate Gold, at least, is also on the menu.
Oh, Guma gonna have to flash out of the way of the Flame Chompers. The Supercharger does come on in. Jojo looking to try and get that knockup, but they didn't even require it to land, as now Keria just wanting to take one of them away. Super Mega Death Rocket comes on in, not able to lock down the kill, but Keria is still dead, and it still goes over to the Jinx. Exactly where MKOI wants the money.
So multiple plates going to go over. Kill goes over to the Jinx here. Jojo picks up a second of the game, and T1 are a little bit in trouble here now. Faker is pushing hard in the mid lane to try to trade some plate gold back at least. Doran has control of the bottom side of the map, but just understanding this Jinx is in such a great position there, knowing where Owner was so far away, unable to impact the play. The fact that they have this global Galio who can join that fight. Faker had to use his Realm Warp to escape, so can't match that rotation. There's all of these things, all the communication across this squad here, especially on the top side of the map for MKOI, allows this play to happen. As we're going to go back to this play here, as he flashes back in, perfectly timed, and we'll cut the video right there.
And now we're going to check it out from Jojo's perspective, as this is a completely different one. But really nice Q flash, making sure that Faker has the most difficulty reacting, as Alvaro is going to be okay as we come back to live. Was looking in a little bit of trouble. He's able to get himself out of there.
Wow, there's still a huge problem here on the bottom side of the map, right? Like the fact that Guma 0-2 doesn't have his cull yet, doesn't have his first complete item, Yuntal's done, means all of these early team fights here we're only 10.5 minutes in. This accelerated Jinx can do so much work with the front line she has, even this early. Like, we talk about Jinx as a strong scaling champion, but I mean, there's just so many tools to empower her, and she has the lead already. So this is such a good game state here for MKOI.
It really is. And when you have such a range advantage as well against the squad of...
Respect this Jinx player. They just keep going into these incredibly greedy and risky fights where Supa just outpositions and is able to, with the help of his support in this case, get it. Now, the initial fight here, remember, there's no ultimate for the Galio. So Jojo Pyong can't actually ult it. He's already with Elyoya anyways, but he's not going to be able to buy any additional time here. The Crescent Guard has to be used early. There's no teleport for the Gwen, so I think fighting here down a
teleported to mid lane.
Yeah, he just left because he's like, I gotta go back to sides. And at the same time, carry a Magnet Storm's only an Alistair. And then when the Jinx gets accelerated, you're not gonna get away from her. 2 kills over to Supa. He's now up to 4. For sure, don't get me wrong, and he's going to do a lot of damage later, but he's going for the Rod of Ages build, as Rise is wont to do, and this Jinx is just frankly too big to fail. He gets more player turret here in the bottom lane before plates fall off. This Jinx could not be more accelerated. This Jinx could not be more ahead. 2000 the lead here he has over this Kai'Sa, and T1 gonna have to play a little bit more respectfully around it. They're gonna come back in this one.
Yeah, they really will. They're gonna have to use everything onto Super, and they're gonna have to actually hit their abilities this time around. As Faker able to realm warp his way out, no way that Merwin's gonna be able to interrupt him. And so Faker going to make it to safety. Does mean that he doesn't have the ultimate for the next little while, as Jojo could be in a little bit of trouble. Justice Punch to get the double taunt. Really nicely done, but the traffic cone has to be respected. And Jojo is able to get out of there. Flash needing to be used, but still not going to be giving up too much more. And look at this. Super with so much of the team's gold. That's just so dangerous here for T1. If MKOI just continue playing their game, this is going to get way more difficult later on.
Yeah, if we were in a game state where it was lower kills and we're 14.5 minutes in, we're a Drake apiece, you're like, oh man, that Jinx is going to be a problem later. I'm a little bit concerned about that. You have to consider it, but she's a problem now. And she's been a problem for a while, and it doesn't get easier. It doesn't get better as the Kai'Sa, who's just completely outranged. So at T1 here, it's going to take some really creative plays here, and Faker having to realm warp defensively. That's one of their better tools to try to flank or set up a really nice macro play down, because he keeps getting threatened as well. You know, trading that for Merwin's ult is definitely a trade up for MKOI at this point in time.
Yep. And now Super parking himself in mid. As Ona moves over, does walk on top of the ward.
And the Kraken Slayer build isn't going to do anything for the range here of this Kai'Sa. You know, we're not going to see that poke build. We're not going to see the Nashers. And it's just really challenging from this point on. Not impossible, but very tricky, as Doran is going to hide this TP, but he's coming in.
Yeah, he is going to join. We've got a bit of a 5v5 here. They have to get on top of Super if T1 wants to win a team fight. That's
Everyone on the flank.
And Jojo also off to the side. There's the Pulverize on top of T1. The Magnet Storm this time is really good. As Super flashes away, he stays alive for so long, but Gumichi finally gets on top of him. Is also dead. Doran is so low that he cannot stay in this fight as the needlework is doing everything it needs to. It's a double kill now for the Xin Zhao. Is now Doran looking for it here on Alvaro, and below the crack down is perfect, and Doran stays alive. Merwin not able to close the gap, and T1 how the hell did surely isn't the engagement over? The engagement's over. Right there it is. Thank you very much. Mega Death Rocket, not enough damage. Jojo should be going down here. He does flash, try and get himself out of the way. Is now Alvaro going to once again put Carrier into a 1v3. Oh no, this poor horse lady is Gumayushi looking for Super. He dives in on top. There is the defense from Jojo, but still T1 are pushing forward even after Carrier going down. The AoE from this Kaiser is massive. Faker as well doing so much work, but maybe it's not enough because Merwin gets in there with the scissors and will be able to cut them up. Ona now walking away with about 50 health, and we'll see whether he does make the great escape. It looks like the answer is potentially, as he looks to get an execute.
Yeah, I think
he's
he
been
waits
out
a
of
second.
combat
He
for
gets
long
the
enough.
execute. I think he does.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah, well played. Not the end of the world for MKOI because they still win the fight, still win it swimmingly. As Supa's positioning once again was so good in that fight. Yes, he ultimately does die, but he does so much damage before he does. He has the ult coming through from Jojo, and then this time Merwin's able to take Faker out. That's really the key here, because Faker, once Supa is dead, Faker can kind of do this after spawn.
Yeah. Two more away from that one. Jojo is setting up for this Otacon. Yep, just taking most of his health bar here from a combo out of this 2-item Ambessa.
Yeah, he does not have unsealed or teleport. He's just going to have to take the long walk back here. Will go home and try to reset. His ult will be up in just a moment. It's really hard for T1 to take this fight, though, into the Jinx. Those little health bars make it such a easy front to back for Supa, even without the Alistair, who is returning as quickly as his legs can carry him back towards this objective. And T1 instead going to push this wave out, slow start the Otacon here, try to clear vision, but this buys time for MKOI to come back over for the contest. This is going to be a pivotal moment in this second game.
Yep, here's going to be, it should be an honest 5v5 as Jojo making his way over as well, very close to having that heroic entrance back off cooldown as Elyoya looking to make his way in 400 health, and he steals it! Super Mega Death Rocket not going to connect, and now the Realm Warp going to get T1 to safety, but they do not get those petals in the Otacon buff this time around. Gold is even, but those stats are not going to be so.
Yeah, this was a really close fight for T1. They wanted to clear so much vision that bought enough time for the rotation over for MKOI, and just barely MKOI get there in time, and it's a bit of a panic from Owner and attempting to smite early and try to get out there, but he smites so early. I think it was like 400 health, and then it just goes over to his opposition, and Elyoya says thank you very much for the leash, thank you for the free objective. Gold is dead even. The lead, though, that Supa once had has faded away a little bit. We are also eventually now going to see that Nashor's Tooth come through here for Guma. Bit of an adaptation on the build. Like this a lot. You know, when you have the money that he does have, we're cresting the mid game here, we're moving towards the late game. There's going to be a lot of extra power and range to fight for the neutral objectives. And this is such a close game.
Yeah, and I feel like you can do this. They will have a fair bit of magic damage in comparison to the physical, but with the Kraken Slayer, you do feel a bit nicer. And of course, the first item, a bit of a flex for the Kaiser. It's just when the Rage Blade comes in, you can either go the Terminus for that little bit more of a physical ebb on the on-hit, or you can take the Nashor's Tooth.
I think the Nashor's is just such a smart choice given the...
I like it. Gives you like an actual poke option as well with the Void Seekers.
We just haven't seen it that much, and I think this is the right time to do it. Guma going to pull it out here. Doesn't quite have it just yet for this Dragon fight, however. Faker has a Realm Warp, but he is on this flank angle here, but the T1 vision is extremely limited, as you can see here.
Yeah, no idea on the health bar of this Dragon, as we can see. Victoria making his way in again, but the Pulverize is on top of this Rel. Super is the target. There's the zooming Gumayushi, able to lock that one down as he's kiting gorgeously. Jojo finally gets that punch of justice on top of him, and now Merwin is there in melee range against Faker and does get that snip. Doran needs to kill 3 people. He's getting decently close, but another knock-up from Jojo. And this guy, he really is the saver of Europe, isn't he? As even on the Galio, he's able to win out the team fight.
Oh, absolutely. A phenomenal fight here for the side of MKOI. I was trying to.
Fnatic.
Yeah, I know.
The wrong team.
Yeah, wrong team, wrong time to be talking about Fnatic, sadly. But the target selection here is very messy. Like, Supa is not the one who's ultimately hit here by Doran, and look at the peel. Like, he is the president. Yes, ultimately is able to play this incredibly well. It's an X4 eyes.
and the passion being felt by all the MKOI fans in the cheering super as he got fed on the
mage. I think that's what Faker would like, but there aren't that many in the fearless picks for T1 necessarily, though. They don't want to play for the rest of the tournament. This is one of Guma's best, one of his most fame, not just on the lethality variant tested. Did 80 carries. I mean, I would say, frankly, it is. They were like, we have an answer. We have response here. Now, where does Faker like the Azir all year long? Tons of consistent damage. And it looks like that's the path he's going to take. That he's so famous for. So it will ultimately be this MF choice to come through. Fairly risky. It doesn't necessarily suit the single target blow up of the Ahri with the Jarvan, but can be some really strong combos with that Cataclysm. And instead of going for lane dominance, they go for safety with this Tom Kench pick. And I think considering the Jarvan Ahri, it makes a lot of sense.
And it's carrier as well, so I'm kind of thinking that Tom Kench is also a lane dominance pick at the same time. This guy just kind of plays this pick very, very aggressively as Moen. I loved his Cassante back in the LEC, and he is going to lock it away here into the Jax from Doran. This is looking like a way more T1 composition on the blue side this time. Around in game number 3, but I think MKOI no slouches in what they've got for themselves. And if the Cataclysms are placed well, a lot of these bullet times can be absolutely terrifying, and you put Alvaro into that mix as well, being able to get the quickness is in so that he can charm them all up into a small
target selection has to be crisp. They need to be able to lock down Faker or Guma consistently in order to win these games. Set up for that misfortune, as you said, for Supa. Going to be a pretty exciting conclusion to this series. We had an obvious...
Just shows that the first seed, and they could be joining G2. Like it's absolutely insane that we could see 2 semifinals with European representatives possible after that, because Gen.G going to be facing off against FlyQuest immediately after this best of 3, and if Fly manages to take them down, that is insanity. We saw, in fact, it was Arnold from Gen.G tweeting out saying, oh man, the West is not going to like us. After this, they have to go through both FlyQuest and G2. What if Fly just takes them down first off? Man, it would be absolutely... absolutely crazy. But still, here we are. Onto the rift for Game 3, the decider between our title defenders in T1 and the first seed from the LEC in Movistar Koi. As the keys are looming over, one of them going to be destroyed after this game.
Just one of these teams will remain. Guma with the Comet, showcasing it front and center here. Obviously the lethality variant in a draft like this, even with the Cassante and the Jarvan on the other side. You know, you just want to have the additional poke, and it sets up for the Victor to clean up later on in the game so incredibly well.
Oh, money.
Massive gold lead here.
That is huge.
Big.
A little bit of a shame for Moen that he has to be fighting back from such a massive deficit here in this early game.
Can Doran double it?
Ooh. Just see, he's been very patient, as we can see. There it is. And yep, another one. Oh my goodness. Yeah, doubling your advantage.
Nobody's ever gotten a triple before. Not in a pro game.
Look at how patient he is, man.
God, he got him!
Oh goodness. 3 gold? Okay, well, I mean, Elyoya does manage to spot out a ward, so he actually, he had 5 gold. But I do really like the fishing. It was very peaceful, and I like that part of it.
All right, well, early game here definitely feels like it's going to be incredibly close, right? Like, we don't have lanes that auto win. You mentioned Keria being a lane bully on this Tahm Kench. She absolutely has been in the past. Another matchup like this, especially at level 1, you can put the threat on here because Guma just does so much damage at level 1. His Comet damage stacks up here as well. And Keria, with the gray health, can just look for aggressive trades as much as he wants in this early game. This matchup here is so much more skill-based, right? You want to look for your Electrocute procs, non-stop Azari, while trying to avoid those rays here from the Victor and trade as best as you can. Level 2 here for T1, bottom lane.
Yeah. A big deal as well for both of these champions. They love hitting that level 2. As Jojo taking a fair bit from this death ray as Elioya in the area. As he is just looking to keep clearing. I think Faker knew exactly what was going on. They did have that ward on the Raptors. So knowing the pathing here of the Jarvan, important because Jarvan's certainly one of these champions that can gank extraordinarily early. As here, Doran trying to get that shove in. No one here on the top side for what feels like the first time at level 3.
Yeah. And strong push in mid and bottom lane. Like, T1 just have outskilled all 3 of these lane matchups to an extent to where they can get that extra control. And Jojo, you know, once again, will be a little bit on the back foot. Will freeze this wave nicely. The threat of the Jarvan is definitely something Faker will always have at the back of his mind, even with that ward there that he has in the bottom side river.
Yeah. Bit of a tempo heal is what it kind of felt like there.
Uh-oh, Jojo
in a lot of trouble. The Orb of Deception comes down. The Flash is going to be traded here as Faker also taking some damage from that turret. Also still manages to get the cannon. That's the most important thing. But man, Flash is missing in the mid lane. And Faker will be able to hold this wave at a pretty awkward spot here as he teleports back.
Interrupts his back for just a second, actually, which isn't going to feel great, but should be fine either way. That was a very tense moment there. Faker looking for the Ray to kill Jojo there, but he responds well with his own flash as a double knockup.
Yeah, trying to come in. The Battle Dance gets Alvaro out of there, though. And Gumishi down to about 250. His owner looking for an angle. No flashes, remember. As Faker, still with the teleport, wasn't actually able to go back home, and Jojo just gets stunned into the wall. The minions run out. The gravity well is there. And there is first blood over to the GOAT.
We've seen this so many times for Jojo where he gets a huge lead, but doesn't respect the fact that the jungler can come over and turn things around as, oh boy, Doran way up himself.
He is. And Doran, can he get out of this? It's going to, no, the answer is going to be probably not, but he does have flash, so he might be able to utilize it. I'm just saying hopefully he doesn't, and he then does immediately afterwards. Gets a counter-strike, though, and there he is. He's able to get out. Leap strike to the minions as they come in.
Yeah, waits a really long time for the flash there. Doesn't try to flash the flag drag, but ultimately flashes afterwards and is able to get the leap to the minion, as you say, and gets out of dodge right as the lane swap comes through. I mean, it almost felt certain there, but he does survive. And that kill in the mid lane for Faker is pretty massive. You know, the pressure absorbed there, nice for Faker. He stopped his back and almost felt like this was pre-planned moments ago. Faker's so famous for making calls like this in the comms, like, hey, I'm going to stop my back. I think he's going to continue to chase. You can path over to me. And if he looks for the kill there off the TP, since I have to lay back, we get something out of this. As Guma doesn't have Keria with him right now, but I think he will be totally fine as Keria rotates over.
Yeah, going to get here now as the Gleaming Quill from Alvaro is going to be able to get the heal. And T1 continuing to put on the pressure. You were talking about lane dominance. That is all continuing here, especially with that huge chunk as the Blight is procced. There's a flash forward, though, as they get the flag and drag. Gravity well goes down, but the charm is so good. Faker actually able to walk it off, though, and Elioya once again underneath the turret. Owner takes the kill, and it's highway robbery from T1 in this mid lane.
I mean, how many times do we have to talk about the Faker taunt at international tournaments?
Oh, my God.
And it's just once again so close, but not enough. Faker just walks it off. Sitting on his double health crystals here.
And he needed all of that health. Sometimes the Ruby Crystals feel fantastic as the Arcane Storm is layered on top of Jojo here in this mid lane. Level 6 claimed by Faker a little bit earlier on as Merlin continuing to dab, but I don't know whether he's going to be going down just yet. No flash available, but still, he'll just able to get that back off and get himself away. Man, these health bars are making me nervous. Well,
yeah, Jojo almost has level 6. There it is. And Faker's out of mana, but he does play respectfully. Look at this play here. Like, Faker stopped his back moments before, and like, JoJo has all this tempo advantage, right? Owner comes over here, though, gets the drag. This is the second time. And we skipped the earlier one. Oh, Elyoya thinks he has the kill. Owner is able to push him into the wall there under turret aggro. And Elyoya is super frustrated because it's not even like Elyoya played it badly. He just didn't expect that rotation over there. Faker having so much extra health as this is in live. Slow comes in.
Throws the boulder down. JoJo really not wanting to press that R button, but he's going to have to. The flash immediately afterwards here from Owner as he slows down Elyoya as well. And Carrier has ghosted in there and then just gets himself out. That was a bit interesting.
Well, it was a really cool play there from Carrier because it's relatively low risk. Has to commit the flash for it, but can just get his way out as we saw. And unfortunately, the red buff is on Team MKOI and will be an escape there. But man, what a close exchange.
Really was. I'm trying to work out, like, what was exchanged? Like, was it worth it? It looked really cool from Carrier.
I don't think it was worth it.
It feels like he just threw a whole lot of buttons into the abyss.
No, I don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, now Owner is also getting somewhat caught, but there's not a lot of damage between the Rakan and a Jarvan at this stage of the game against the Skarner. So Doran with a few trades here going pretty well on the bottom side. His Sheen has now been put together.
You can see, you know, some of these items, the Sheen you mentioned, the first Dirk coming through here for Gumayusi, so he's got some of those additional stats here for this upcoming grub fight. Faker with a later back here, but will ultimately be able to, with that push, be able to match any rotation over of JoJo towards this potential grub fight. They're both top laners teleportless, so at best case scenario in terms of champions we're going to see is a 4v4 here on the top side. But Elyoya looks uninterested completely here, wants to look for a Cataclysm play here at level 6 onto Doran.
Yeah, surely Doran's not going to be able to make his way out this time as the all-out comes on through. Decent amount of value there with the counter-strike, but not enough as Elyoya just throws down the Cataclysm and manages to finish him off.
After that show bottom side, T1 could just say, well, there's no jungler here. We have the numbers advantage. We're going to take these grubs in return. So it's not going to be without cost here. Some gold gets injected into this Jarvan. They take the Jax off of the map, which is pretty significant. But T1 are going to always have that extra side lane threat with a Jax gold now. But his side lane pressure is going to be real later on.
Certainly will be. The Dragon still going here. As you can see, Elyoya getting the start on it a little while back. You can see picture in picture, very, very close to going down, and it doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to stop it. So there it is, the first Ocean going to be taken here. Next Dragon going to be that Hex Tech there from JoJo as well. And
Yeah, I just want to grab a split plate here, and they will do so. You know, it's
pretty scary.
It ends up being fairly even. You know, the kill goes over to Elyoya for X. T1's position here is JoJo getting the charm.
Yeah, really nice charm there as the Spirit Rush still a couple of charges. As Faker wanting to be able to get that shield back down to 100 now. As JoJo goes back in, the Arcane Storm doesn't work, and there it is. It's a shutdown from JoJo, solo kill. onto Faker.
The flash was really well timed there from Jojo. Gets that. Final auto gets the reset, his health back, and we'll just. Tight the minions back to the turret, and finally. This time he got Faker for real, takes him out. Here in the solo, the charm so well placed. We in there onto Faker. He plays it so respectfully. There, and it will just teleport back to lanes. So big win for him, has now shored up some of that mid lane. Deficit down to just 100 gold. So go back to the play itself. Look at this. Goes point blank range here through the minions, gets on top of Faker. I think Faker feeling confident.
Out of the map.
Guma gets a lot of money here from this play. Instead of pushing Faker out,
yeah,
it's not enough. Top of super like that, just a nice flank angle, I suppose.
It might be like the situation for.
There's been some really great plays here for MCoy. We have to give respect to how well JoJo's played the lane.
We haven't seen any honest fights just yet. As Ona looking to maybe stop that one as the gravity well comes in. The all-out from Moen gets him out of that, as now Faker just going to have to. Faker really kind of falling apart at the seams here in this game 3.
Merwin has the Frostfire Gauntlet, so he knows he has the slows, knows he can use his Unstoppable through the gravity field, as we might have a fight down here. I don't know if T1 are going to think, could have looked for a Flash and Pale.
Yeah, we're not able to slow down Gumayusi, as he does have that Ghost Blade that you were talking about.
Doran now down his TP, so TP advantage to Merwin as he has to come up here and catch the wave that Faker lost after dying there in the top side. Faker now respawns, but doesn't have a TP of his own, so bottom prio belongs to JoJo, who can push this wave in. And T1 fought so hard to try to get something to happen there on the bottom side so they could control the dragon, but now it's a reset timer here for Gumayusi. doesn't have a TP to join, whereas Merwin absolutely could. He's going to instead opt to go to the top lane. Owner?
Oh dear, okay, Jojo not going to get crashed into here as Owner wants to find the angle. There's the Impale, but the Spirit Rush going to get Jojo out, but 8 seconds on the Drake and no ult for the Ahri. That could be a big deal. That could allow T1 to even out the Drake counter.
Yeah, looking likely here now that Jojo doesn't have any mobility, is pushed away. And it's just going to be T1 taking this free Drake. We'll find out what soul it's going to be in just a moment. I mean, a TP here for Jojo, but it's just to catch the wave. To contest the Drake would be a pipe dream at this point.
Yeah, especially without an R button available. So Alvaro just going to get escorted towards his outer turret.
Cloud.
There goes the dragon. There's a Cloud Soul. There it is. That's my T1. They love their Cloud Souls, much like I do. There's now Gumayusi going to be pushed over towards the side with the rest of his teammates.
It's a pretty good
goes over to MKOI.
Pretty good comp for Cloud for T1. It's decent
Yeah.
for MKOI as well, but I feel like I really like it for T1, especially considering the Jax, the Skarner, the Tom Kench, who's also going to love that. So, Area, speaking of Tom Kench, interrupted.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get himself out of here as the Gravity Well does come on through. He needs to eat that Grey Health, and he does do so. The Piercing Arrow working out so well here for Gumayusi and Elyoya. Unfortunately, it just didn't have the damage. Keria ate all of it and said, all right, what's next?
Every time.
Didn't have an answer.
This is why it's so frustrating to play against T1. Every time you think they made a mistake, every time you think they're out of position, every time you say, oh man, he can't be there, that's illegal, I've got this. They turn it around. Now, that wasn't necessarily true of Keria's Rel in game 2, but so often, we talked about the Doran pick in game 1, they looked for, the T1 is so good at turning around on these, and they're always so tight-knit, the grouping, that if you can't kill someone fast enough, T1 will get in, they will get the punish, and it's the second time Elyoya has died looking for such a pick. But Baker is also looking for a pick and may die if Alvaro can find the angle here.
There's another Spirit Rush as he's got another charge of that one as the Arcane Storm goes down. And Jojo might need to ult just to stop himself from dying as Faker not scared of the 2v1.
Yeah. If the Rakan has ult, I think this is a different situation, but he just simply does not. So he kind of shows up and Faker's like, get out of here.
Yeah. He will acquiesce there as well as T1. They have picked up the feats of strength as well. So these shoes feeling that little bit better.
And with that commitment bottom side, I mean, Faker has TP, doesn't have to use it here, and they just get the Herald, excuse me, for free because they just know there's no contest. Elyoya also on the bottom side of the map you're showing on Vision, and T1 are going to go, okay, well, Herald plus turret, thank you very much.
Oh dear. So Merwin, he is not going to die or anything like that, but he will lose his turret here on the top side of the map and all of the minions.
Yeah, Doran's going to say, I'll let the turret kill the minions before I take it out with my 3 grubs on this Jax that now has a 300 gold lead. Sorry, did I say 300? I meant 600 as the turret falls. And yeah, this Jax we mentioned with grubs is going to be a problem. He's already starting to hit that threshold.
Yeah, 3,000 is the lead here for T1, but there is a lot of other things as well that they have built up for themselves. Now Jojo possibly in trouble. Keria comes in, doesn't land the Abyssal Dive, but it's still a decent amount of damage as now Elyoya comes forward. Time Keria might be dying, gets a Devour, and then dies. That's the plan. Didn't have flash, didn't have a way out.
Yeah, and Jojo is going to use his ult. So we'll need to get out of there now as the siege onto this turret will likely mean T1 trades that death for a turret.
Yeah, this is interesting though. There's not to fight.
I mean, Owner has Impale.
Yeah, but there are 3 people here. That's a lot of bad guys. Gets the double suppress though as the Impale is going to be utilized. Arcane Storm making sure that MKOI get out of there. The boulders connecting as well as the Death Ray. Not going to land the second time.
I mean, Jojo is too low to impact this play.
Oh, God. Well, Alvaro is going to find Gumayusi, but Gumayusi is just going to put him in the ground. Now the Gravity Well comes through yet again, and Gumayusi is dead. Super comes over and says, you cannot just be overextended all game, T1. And T1 are going to say, all right, maybe.
Finally, the punish comes through as the rest of MKOI show up, as Jojo couldn't really get in there to actually get on top of them, but they used the Impale early, and then they were too far forward, and there's just too many MKOI members rotating down like angry wasps after a disturbed nest to come over and clear T1 out. Doran is going to look for this inner turret, but he may pay with his life.
Well, let's see whether he gets a cute little leap strike off as Super is waiting. The ulti comes through, he flashes as Jojo will be able to get over this wall, but he's going to be alone. The charm connects, and that will mean that MKOI will be able to kill the Jax. So nicely played. Almost the great escape there from Doran and does manage to get the inner turret, so it's not exactly all bad news. But
yeah, no kill to the Ari there. It ultimately ends up going, or to the MF, goes over to Elyoya, but I mean, this Jarvan is still significantly relevant, and we'll use the gold pretty well, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a cross-map turret this time for sure for T1, right? I think this time they get it, and they may get even more.
Well, that is Samoan getting devoured and trying to stay alive. He does do so, buys time for the cavalry to turn up. Chains of corruption on top of him as well. It's finally Gumayusi gets himself in there as Jojo not able to find it in the sidesteps. A beautiful here from the AD carry from T1. Elsewise, on the other side of the fight, T1 are getting lower and lower, but they will get themselves out of there just with K'Sante.
His Cataclysm was like 3 seconds away. He didn't have it to get on top of Guma, and Guma does Ghost Blades out, absorbs Jojo Pyun there with the Edge of Night as well. Just knows he can walk up to that Ari and is relatively safe. Now, Elyoya and crew are looking for this dragon. He does have his Cataclysm back. Faker's TPing in. Doran, the first to go in.
He's just going to dive forward into 4 people. Counter-strike now on cooldown means that he's just going to die here. And now Faker getting in amongst it as well. Down to 1,500 is this dragon, and there is the smite from Elyoya. Finally, the cavalry will arrive, and Gumayusi, not a lot of threat here on top of him. He's going to be chasing out Elyoya, who gets into that brush. Finally, he will find it, and the rest of T1 are looking to tear them apart as well, but it's Super that does so. He gets one of them off the back end, but finally falls, and it's Gumayusi's Varus that's looking like it's spelling victory here for T1 in Game 3.
Yeah, this is just starting to become too much of a lead here for T1. Dragon advantage goes to MKOI, but it's such a heavy price. And you know, Faker, you know, he started this game off a little bit slow, but it's been a side lane threat, has been kind of the commander for so many of these fights. Doran's here late as Doran is the one to engage first.
Doran's having a happy game this time around.
He really is, but like the fact that the Cataclysm gets used onto this Jax while Doran is quite literally 1v4ing means that now how do you catch Guma? How do you catch Faker? They go for Faker, they go for the charm onto this Victor, does a ton of damage as he kites back. They don't take him out. Guma gets the kill here onto Elyoya, and there's no recourse anymore because he used everything on a Jax. At least Supa's able to channel enough to get that extra kill there at the end, and that's a consolation prize, but Guma was just never under any threat because Doran just took all the buttons.
Yep, T1 fans going ballistic in the arena as well. It is not over yet though, and it's not even a 5,000 gold lead. It almost is.
Okay, Chronicle.
It's not quite there, yeah. I'm looking for a little bit of scope. But they also don't quite have the soul points stacked up just yet. You can see MKOI actually the team that has the most dragons. And Swift Herald's not going to quite find too much. So getting distracted is good old Shelly.
I mean, look, there's some ways back into this if you can somehow get the Edge of Night off of Guma, and Jojo finds an angle. Faker, who doesn't have an arm guard, doesn't have a Zonias, you know, maybe he's the target who gets caught in the side lane. If he's the one who's punished before a big objective, like an Otacon, for example, if they can find those angles, and there's a way back in. It's just finding them is so hard against a team that plays so respectfully like T1 and knows how to turn fights. Like, oh, you think you caught Faker, but everyone rotates in so quickly.
The squeeze of T1 led to the tears from MKOI and MKOI fans. They drop out of the Esports World Cup in the quarterfinals 2-1, and T1 continue to defend their title as reigning titleists here in League of Legends.
Tough day for Koi. I still want to say that they should be proud of the performance they showed against T1. This is one of their arguably the best team in the world right now, together with Gen G, and I think they really showed that they have what it takes to go blow for blow with these reigning titles. I leave this competition with head high and go home and really reflect over at the LDC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially after game number 1, where they got kind of crushed, right? They were able to bounce back and have a fantastic game number 2 and really bring T1 down
that one will be. Oh, it's been a heck of a day of matches here at the Esports World Cup, and we're going to put a cap on it with some of our top plays. On behalf of everyone here at the Esports World Cup, thank you so much for watching. Semifinals tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.